left, cleared for takeoff.
20 left, clear for takeoff, our naval air, and envoy 4190.
And runway 3532 on the visual for runway 18 right.
Runway 3532, runway 18 right, clear land, runway 016.
Here's the land, runway 20 right, runway 35.
The blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
The following program comes to you in color.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
A very pleasant good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt with you back for another edition of Runway DFW. We're back at DFW Airport after our weekend sojourn to Dallas Love Field. We've got an MD-11 over there. We've got a lot of other interesting aircraft to take a look at tonight. So join us, won't you, for several hours of aviation excitement on Runway DFW. And we have a guest, special guest sitting right over there this evening. I'll tell you about him momentarily. Our first arrival, I will tell you about it presently, as I do not have it zeroed in on my flight radar. That was American Flight 1892 coming from Josh Territory in Oklahoma City, Flight 1892, an Airbus A319. Now sitting over here adjacent to me is the one and only James Webb, who is the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW. He's kind of shy, but he's here with us, and glad he could stop by as he's conducting some business in the area. So thank you to James for everything he does for this here broadcast. And there's that MD-11 that we talked about, which is, I can't tell if it's getting loaded up or not. Probably. Don Rogers says, did this come through? There we go. Don Rogers says, evening all, howdy. Aviation Geek with a hello. Lester Graber is listening from Keller, Texas. Good evening, everyone. Marco Celli says hi. And Marco says he gets to see Kevin tomorrow night. Oh, that's exciting. Linda Kavinsky, channel member. Good evening from Chicagoland. Tom B. is joining us from Louisville. And who knows, this plane may be going to Louisville later on. Oh, Manley is here, one of our great mods and channel members. He says howdy, y'all. Anthony V. says hello from Seattle. Woot Doctor says they need a loader if they want to load that MD-11. Well, as I said, you got a better view of it than I've got if you're watching on a large screen. Joseph Clearwater says, what time did you set up at DFW today? Well, what time is it? 7:34. I got here at about 6:45. So that's how much time? Well, I usually like to have more time than that, but that's when I got here today. Hey, we're going to swing around here because we've got Qantas Flight 7 coming in. 7879 Dreamliner from Sydney. Seems like that plane is running late today. Let me see here. Oh, yes. This plane was scheduled to arrive at 10:45 a.m. this morning. It usually goes out around, heads back around 11 o'clock. So it usually has a pretty long layover. I don't know if that's going to be adjusted due to this tardy arrival. It was scheduled to leave Sydney at 10:25 a.m. It actually left Sydney at 8:14 p.m., almost 10 hours behind its appointed departure time. So I'm sure that the passengers on that plane are ready to get where they're going. It's likely that more than a couple of them have missed a connection by this point. But between Qantas and its One World partner American, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to accommodate most of the passengers. If not tonight, then first thing tomorrow. I hope so anyway. American Flight 3862, American Eagle Flight 3562 is just about to touch down from Amarillo, Texas. The Embraer 175. So I was talking to James Webb a little bit before we went on the air as I was setting up, and he said he really wants to go visit a Buc-ee's. He's heard so much about Buc-ee's, he doesn't know a lot about it. And I kind of explained it to him. It's really something you got to see for yourself. Buc-ee's, for those not in the know, is a gigantic convenience store with, I've never counted the gas pumps, but it seems like they have more than 100 gas pumps. And most of the locations are now adding electric charging stations, which is good for me because that's what I need to have for my car. But they've got all sorts of snacks, and they make their own barbecue, and they have their own bakery, and they sell souvenirs a go-go.
Alpha cross runway 18 left, Cathay ground 185, call time only. Outboard 3582, aircraft 8, cross runway 18 left, Cathay ground 185, call time only. American 2298, Cathay departure.
Departure Vita, American 2290.
American 2891, landing traffic will hold short at the intersection at Alpha, cross runway 18 right, so hold short, runway 18 left.
American Flight 1617 coming in from San Diego, California. An Airbus A321.
Right, clear to land, Bush 6542. Outboard 4111, DFW time, wind 18015, 113 right, clear to land.
13 right, clear to land on wind 4111.
We have the One World livery over here. One World American Airlines livery. This is a 737-800. Flight number 2597. This one's going to beautiful downtown Burbank, California. I have to tell you, I got spoiled by the reception that we have of the air traffic control over at Dallas Love Field. Maybe it's because our reception antenna is on the 7th floor over there, but it's almost perfect over there, and it's very scratchy here at DFW. I've tried different antennas. I've tried putting our antenna up on a very high stand. It doesn't seem to make any difference. You might have seen as we were watching this plane to Burbank taking off, the livery of Cathay Pacific sticking out there from Terminal D. Let's see if we can reorient our primary camera here. It is very, well, not very windy, but it's definitely breezy today. Let me see if this helps any. It helps a little bit. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Do I know you?
No, I just watched it.
Oh, okay. Well, my name is Walt. It's nice to meet you. I see you got a very nice camera there with which to take pictures. You got some good shots today?
Yes.
Very
This is
good.
his father's. He passed away 6 years ago, but worked for Southwest Airlines.
Oh, wow.
And it's amazing to see how he's following his father's footsteps with camera and airplanes.
Oh, that's so nice.
So,
Well, I'm so honored that you watch our broadcast, and it's very nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
I'm sorry?
Picture with you. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
okay?
no problem. Yeah. Here, let me put you up over here.
So, he was so excited. We came out.
If you come, our camera's up there, so you'll be able to see yourself on the YouTube there.
Okay.
And so, there you go. And thank you.
I was wondering, can we get your number so we can text just in case, like,
I don't give out my number, but the best way to contact me is by my email, which is Walt, W-A-L-T, at runwaydfw.com. Runwaydfw.com. Pretty easy.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So nice to see you. You're welcome. Nice young man. American Eagle 3735 to Aguas Calientes in Mexico is what we're looking at here. Let me check in here with Preston Farmer with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Preston. Hey, Walt, love your channel. I live and work all over DFW. Had a couple jobs at the airport this morning, or to the airport this morning. Did I really see a FedEx MD-11? I thought FedEx phased those out. It made my day. Well, we have seen the FedEx MD-11 here in recent weeks. Was it last week, I think? It actually landed over here on the west side. And the news about the FedEx MD-11 is that they have the company has elected to extend the lifespan of those jets. So we'll be seeing the FedEx MD-11s for several years now, at least according to what they've recently said. UPS, I'm not so sure, because UPS, of course, also has MD-11s. And I think the only other domestic operator of the MD-11 is Global Western, I think is what it's called. We don't ordinarily see those here, although we have before. Or Western Global.
Envoy 3735, send that approach.
Envoy 3735. So.
Envoy 3887, runway 18 left, bottom, please.
Runway 18 left, envoy 3887.
Arriving there from San Antonio, Texas, American Flight 2374, an Airbus A321. I was watching Kevin's special stream last night from Ontario Airport in California, and that was fun to see. He got to see a lot of UPS cargo action there. He wasn't as close to their terminal as we are, but the planes came up pretty close to where he was. Brave Kumquat with a $2 super chat. Good to see you back home, Walt. Thank you, Brave Kumquat. Sarah Deal, channel member, the real deal, of course, watching this while a Lockheed 130 Hercules is flying around. Flying around where? Not here, I don't think, I hope. I mean, it would be great if it was. Let's see, here's an Embraer 170.
Envoy 3573 with Lima, cross runway 18 left, stay at that ground 25.
Cross 18 left, with Lima on runway 3573.
23542 at American 2374 at Alpha.
That was going to... Oh, well, you didn't see it. I didn't push the button.
You have a wonderful night.
So never mind. Never you mind. The Mass Fokker, a member for 23 months. Twin Jet member, thank you so much for your ongoing support of the channel. Gorgeous day, lots of rain today in Virginia. And I'm seeing that we have, where is this? Here it is, Steve Lundaby. Up there in the Dakotas has gifted 10 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you, Steve. Sean Macablo, Nicholas William Reed, Kaiju Man, Andre, Mariana, Texas, Fiberglass, Lisa Bailey, Steve Smith, and C. Justice, and Ms. Wolves 13 are new members courtesy of our friend Steve Lundaby. Thank you, Steve. Kevin says you got a 757 from Ontario at 9:03 p.m. Flight 5878 from Ontario. We will be on the lookout for that. Coming in there was American Flight's 777. It's not a 777, it's an Airbus A321, of course, but coming from Las Vegas. Taking off there was flight 1104 in Airbus A321, headed to Boise, Idaho. These planes are arriving relentlessly here at DFW Airport tonight. Tuesdays are usually pretty good as far as activities go here. The plane that landed, flight 3319 from Sioux Falls, up there in Lundabyland. So what, pray tell, are the conditions tonight? We're about to find out. As soon as I call up the METAR. So we got the wind coming at us from the south, 13 knots, 15 miles an hour. Temperature is 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's one thing. We've got kind of a summery heat wave right now. It's unseasonably warm here at Founders Plaza and throughout North Texas.
We just need one more minute for that boy.
Kevin letting us know that Madrid flight 363, 7 minutes out. Jeff in Mass, I was asking O'Malley, what are all those Frontiers doing there? Is Frontier based at DFW? Frontier is, I don't know what it's going through right now. They've announced recently that they're going to suspend flying on, I think it's 3 different days of the week. I can't remember what they are, but they're trying to save money by not operating on certain days of the week. I don't know. That doesn't sound good. American Flight 1681 from El Paso, Texas, and Airbus A319 will be the next arrival here on the west side of the airport. Turn our big lens around, pointed towards the shrubbery over which the planes will glide in. Scott Randon says, good evening, Walt. Tomorrow is supposed to hit 100 here in Dallas. Well, it's a good thing I'm here tonight. Angela Smith says UPS flight 5878 to DFW is diverting to Albuquerque. That's interesting. Thank you for that information, Angela, a Quad Jet channel member. I think for at least a time, Frontier was the third most, or I don't know, I think it was second if you count American and American Eagle together. Frontier was, I think, third in terms of number of flights offered for a time. I don't know that that's the case anymore. Getting a little gust of wind. S-35 Bonanza pilot is guess where? In Hanoi. Walt and Jubilant Mods, good Wednesday morning from Hanoi. A muggy 80 degrees here with light rain on and off. A bit hazy there in DFW. It's still a grand view. Stuck in the hotel, so watching the best channel. That's very kind of you to say. And yeah, I'm assuming you've been to Hanoi before, S-35 Bonanza pilot, but imagine also that there's a lot to see there. Next to arrive, American Eagle 4232. Did I get that right? 4232, yes, from Fort Smith, Arkansas, number 170. And yonder it comes with smiley faces in the foreground.
DFW Tower, cross runway 13 right. DFW American 1245 to test that in. 1245, DFW Tower, wind 18.15, runway 18 right, clear to land. Runway right, clear to land, 1245. Onboard 4319, RNAV 2B Park, runway 18 left, clear to take off.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 4319.
So we were talking, did we ever look at the, did we ever get to the Cathay Pacific? Let me look to see when that's scheduled to go out tonight. On this May the 13th, scheduled departure 10:55 tonight, so assuming we don't get sprinklered, we will be bringing you the departure of the daily flight. Is it a daily flight? No, I don't think it's a daily flight, but the multiple times a week flight to Hong Kong from this airport. We have American Flight 2834 from San Jose.
0363, heavy, hello, 0.5 miles, final 8 right.
Onboard 4319, how about the point?
Departure envoy, Gord 319, see ya.
Iberia 363, heavy, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, runway 19 at 015.
Clear to land, 18 right, Iberia 0363, heavy.
And in just about 2 minutes, we're going to see Iberia Flight 363 coming in on this side. It's an Airbus A330-300. We don't see very many A330s at this location, at least currently. Anna the dispatcher, who is one of our mods and a quad jet channel member. Hello, Anna. Saying hi. And yes, M. Mick. You have read my mind, or I read yours, I don't know. Hannah says, oh my God, it's still light outside. I'm inside a windowless building at work. Sundown, 8:20 p.m. What time is it? So we're still about 20 minutes away from sundown here at the big airport.
Head to Larry, 111, good take on that point.
Okay, so Iberia is coming up next. We shall turn this big lens around to catch this arrival. Let's see. It's coming in early, about 10 minutes early. After leaving almost an hour late from Madrid, they must have a lot of slop time built into that schedule. Tilt down again, see these this happy pickup truck.
American 2937, RNAV 2B Park, runway 18 left, go take off. RNAV 2B Park, clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2937.
We're about to get some 767 action over at the UPS terminal. Flight 751, which is going to Louisville, is, well, it's not one of those. I kind of misinterpreted my radar here. It's all the way down at the end. There it is. Well, there's the tail of it anyway. MPG 64 says hello, Walt. Checking in from Southern Illinois. Tech Spec, good evening to me and the Runway DFW AvGeek family. I see, so we got O'Malley, one of our mods. We got Anna the Dispatcher. We got Kai in the house. Hello, Kai. Austin YB says the Cathay planes land every 2 days. I knew it wasn't daily. Mr. Phil says, is that a hot breeze or a cool breeze? We've got a, well, you know, the wind, with the wind, it's not too bad. I think if it was still air tonight, it would be kind of oppressive, but it's not too bad. Trident Ken says, hello, Walton. Oh, looks like another great evening down there in Dallas. I've got no complaints. Jeff in Mass says, UPS, Boeing 767, nice. Robin Hoover, or Hoover, says, hi, everyone. Phil G, channel member, greetings. Hello, Phil. Michelle McDaniel, a channel member, good evening from Georgia. And there's Josh Aldrich, one of our other mods. Howdy, everyone. Josh, we already saw a plane come in from Oklahoma City. So lots of nice things going on in the chat room, and yeah, if you're so inclined, you can look at the chat, of course, wherever, you know, however you connect to us. But if you want to participate in the chat, that is reserved for subscribers of the channel, and subscription is free, so do consider that. There's the METAR report from our pal Woot Doctor. Now we are getting a gust reading. 19 knots, 22 miles per hour. That's what the wind is gusting to. Down to 88 degrees though. Fahrenheit, 31 Celsius. Well, here we go. Let's do one of those UPS tail combos here. M&J Butzer, good evening, Walt, from Amish country in Ohio. The Buc-ee State. The childhood home of Mrs. Runway DFW. There, you may see it in the background there. There it is. So let's see where this is going to take off. Once again, this is going to Louisville. And if it continues on its current path, we may get to see it take off over here. This is a 3-year-old 767 freighter. And it does appear to be on a vector for a west side takeoff, which is what we like to see.
American 3223 DFW Tower, runway 18 left, please.
18 left, please.
Line up and wait, 18 left, UPS 751 heavy.
So UPS will be going out after this American Airlines flight to
Good day, American 9796.
McAllen, Texas, 737-800. Flight number 3223. That Iberia jet still hasn't found a parking space at Terminal D.
At the mark, 18 left, clear for takeoff, UPS 751 heavy.
There's the Frontier planes that someone was talking about. Maybe this is one of those days they're parking them. I'm not sure. Here goes the 767 off to the World Port in Louisville.
23, come to the port. 23, good day. UPS 751 heavy, contact departure. UPS 751 heavy, so long. Mega 546 DFW Tower, Causeway Terminal, car and a half to Aaron, runway 18 left, clear to takeoff. American 546.
American 843 inside Nettie, 418 right visual.
American 843 DFW Tower, wind 180 you're at 19, runway 18 right, clear to land.
American 843, clear to land, 18 right.
American 546, DFW Tower, RNAV to land, runway 18 left, clear to go.
And 546 is with you.
American 546 Tower, RNAV to land, runway 18 left, clear to go.
Clear for takeoff, RNAV to Laren, American 546.
Tower American 1222 is ready to go at the end.
Austin YB says Terminal E was very busy this morning. Terminal E is where the it's the non-American Airlines terminal where United and Delta and Spirit and Frontier and Sun Country or any of the domestic airlines that are not American Airlines get to come and go. Flight 546 to San Antonio, Texas is on the way. An Airbus A319, I think. There it goes.
American 9799 Heavy, are you talking about the hangar or the terminal?
Terminal. Dixie 23.
American 1222, RNAV 2B Park, runway 18 left, clear to go.
RNAV B Park, 20 left, clear for takeoff, American 1222.
American Flight 1222 going to Phoenix, Arizona. I bonked the tripod.
Good day, American 546.
Tower 6405, RNAV 2B Park, runway 18 left, clear to go.
18 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV to B Park, Tower 6405.
Hello.
Runway 18 left,
Hold on a second, I can't hear you. Hold on.
American 1222, contact departure.
Departure, American 1222.
American 843, Gulf 8.
There's that Iberia still looking for a gate. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say I watch you on YouTube.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
My name's Preston.
Preston, I'm Walt. Nice to meet you.
You too. Yeah, I see what you do, and it's really cool. I watch it at home a lot, and I see you out here sometimes.
That's good. Well, you get to come out here, see it in person.
Yeah.
That's more fun, really. But, well, wave to our. There you go. So how often do you come out here?
Sorry?
How often do you come out?
Depending on like stuff going on in life, I tend to come out several times a month.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you live far away? Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. What we got going over here?
Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1110. American 364, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, flight 18 left, American 364.
Well, sometimes these big guys kind of sneak up on you. I was talking to a viewer there, and we had flight 9799 coming in from Miami. That is a 777-300ER, 10-year-old plane. That's a high flight number. I don't know if that's... Let's see where it turns here. If it makes a right turn, then it's a repositioning flight.
Left and ground point 85 on the other side, American
If it makes a right turn towards the hangars. But usually flight 9799 is either repositioning or perhaps it's a flight which has been added in to accommodate maybe another flight which was delayed or canceled. But it looks like it's going over to the terminal area. Thank you. It's good seeing you. So from the sun and fun capital of the world, from El Paso, Texas, will come our next arrival, flight 3939 American Eagle.
American Envoy 3937, you take the tower, runway 18 left, line of police.
18 left, line for Envoy 3937.
This will be an Embraer 175. And it shall be appearing on your screen presently here on Runway DFW. Almost after dark. Just about sunset here. We'll check that out after this plane comes in.
Are down to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3937.
American 1771 tower, runway 18 left, line of police. American 364, come down departure. Down departure.
We would like to thank Just Planes Crazy for being a Twin Jet member now for 13 months. Thank you, Just Planes Crazy.
8 right, clear to land, wind 180 at 15.
Clear land, line right, on police right now.
United 797 tower, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 18 right, United 797.
American 9799 heavy at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, made the right turn on Foxtrot, and contact ground 185.
There's Austin YB with the rundown of all the
Envoy 3937, contact
operators or all the airlines that come in and out of Terminal E.
American 1771 tower, traffic crossing, runway 18 left, line of police.
Bronco Willie 31 says, I should book a flight to somewhere, maybe Florida.
Gulf 8 cross 18 left, ground 185, Envoy 3939.
And Kevin says UPS flight 773 is now just 18 minutes out. We've got a United plane coming in here. Let's see, so would that be coming from San Francisco, Denver, Houston, Denver, flight 797, 737-800.
1771 on at 2B Park.
And that was a turn of the century plane, not quite jingle worthy, because it was delivered in this century. I think yes, I know we've got a stuck message there. Hang on, got a technical difficulties. Darren Sorello with a $10 super chat. Hi, Walt. Doing homework with daughter Landry, with Runway DFW in the background. Don't let us disturb any homework assignments. But thanks for watching. Now, let's see, do we have any... Can
American 1771, how's that approach?
American 1771,
Well,
talk to you later.
we've had...
United 797 at Alpha Cross runway 18 left. Continue over to
We've
Alpha
had more
Bridge,
colorful
travel top.
sunsets here recently, but that's a little taste of the clouds in the western sky. Just Plains Crazy says, I was at Founders Plaza earlier this afternoon. I stood under one of the awnings and still got burnt. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that sun, that Texas sun. J.R. Melton says, the sun and fun capital of the world. That's the old opening from the Jackie Gleason show. Well, I'm glad to see that there's some of you out there who remember that. Yes, I do know that that's what that's from. In fact, Mrs. Runway DFW and I were watching an episode of the Jackie Gleason show just the other night. On YouTube, of course. Where else would you see that? So while we wait for more aviation action, we got some cargo being ingested over there into that looks like 757. 757 or 767? 757, I think. No, I think it's 767. Ryan Paulding says, good evening. I wonder how many airlines operate 737 MAX 9s and 10s. We've seen Alaska Airlines MAX 9s here fairly regularly. I think, is that the only one I've seen? I think that may be it. At least as far as this airport goes. You know, Mally says, one of those has an easy answer. MAX 10 is operated by no one yet. Reverse Ops, who was here. Hello, Patrick. Back in Honolulu now. He says, I got burnt out there last week. Yeah, he was out here for several days. Were you out here at DFW for 2 days and 1 day at Love Field? But at any rate, yeah, it's pretty sunny out here. Well, you know about the sun. It's Hawaii. The public service announcement from our Commander-in-Chief. Ricky Hernandez says, how many terminals does DFW have? I was told it's like a mini city with a metro rail. Well, like a lot of airports, there are multiple terminals and they're a little spread out, and they are connected by a two-way rail system. And there are currently 7 terminals, right? A, B, C, D, E. No, 5. 5 terminals. And they're building Terminal F. Wait a minute here. Martin Air is coming into view with a Super Cargo Master. That arriving from Wichita Falls after a grueling 36-minute flight. Let's see if we can get that in our sights again.
Charlie Graham, Mark Tech 680, have a good night. Have a good evening, Mark Tech
1989.
Now there's a 20th century plane. 36 years old. Still hauling cargo, feeding into UPS.
B Park 18 left, quick takeoff here.
Seems so quiet, can't even hear it. I don't know what's going on over here. Got emergency vehicles coming out of their shed. Maybe they're just testing their light. Oh no, they're headed out. These are crash trucks going out. Now we did see this, a similar scene to this at, well, these aren't crash trucks, these are fire trucks, I think. We did see a similar scene to this over at Love Field on Saturday when we had a plane, a private jet coming in with its nose gear that hadn't been extended, at least on the first pass.
Tower 46.
Control power, you can go to 135.6.
That was Martin Air Flight 666 coming from Abilene, Texas after almost an hour flight. Another Super Cargo Master.
$19.93.
And that one's 32 years old. Now let's see where all these emergency vehicles are headed. I don't have any information about, I haven't heard anything on the scanner about something gone awry. Meanwhile, another Supercargo Master. A triple play. This one coming in from Tyler in East Texas.
Or this is 5 right at Yankee, Charlie to the ramp.
Yankee, Charlie to the ramp with you, Mark Tech 655.
And that is another
1989
Ready to go.
edition of a Supercargo Master.
We have an emergency on a 6-mile final. RNAV to be parked. Center running left. Go clear go.
Now, let's
Roll RNAV to be part.
check to see what's happening with all these emergency vehicles. Looks like they're all assembling over by Terminal D. Got a lot of vehicles. There's something going on. Let me see if I can switch over to the emergency frequency here. So let's see if that gives us any indication of what's going on. I see at least a couple of crash trucks, an ambulance, and then there's some other emergency vehicles further north on the runway, which would indicate to me, based upon what we saw from, oh, here we go. It's American Airlines flight to San Diego diverting to DFW. So it left. Okay, we're gonna. This plane is coming as flight 1243 from San Diego. Well, no, from DFW. It was on its way to San Diego. I think we saw it take off. It departed half an hour ago. So what we're gonna do now is look around. We don't know what the problem might be. Flight 1243 from San Diego, or to San Diego, coming back. It's an Airbus A321neo. So it will be coming in over here. Right behind it will be a UPS 767. Of course, if there's any issues with this landing, that 767 will probably have to go around.
Good eye on 18 right, UPS 773.
I think this plane may be coming in on 18 left, which is normally the takeoff runway. But it's been reassigned because it's closer, I think. Let's see. And we'll find out in a second here. So we've got some sort of an emergency situation involving this Airbus A321neo, which left here about a half hour ago and has returned after scrubbing its planned flight to San Diego, California. So it has made what appears to be a nominal landing. It will be greeted by emergency vehicles once it stops. We don't know it will stop. It did come in on 18 left, the takeoff runway, closer to the terminal. And you can't see them in that picture, but the emergency vehicles are following. It is pulling off the runway to accommodate other planes. So there doesn't seem to be any problem with braking or stopping or steering. And it's pretty far away from us, so that's... And it's also getting blocked by another plane now. So that is it there. The plane appears to be not going to a terminal. Looks like it's going to the remote parking pad where Terminal F will soon be. Yeah, we don't have a very clear view of it from here. That UPS 767 just is touching down now on runway 18 right. So it has some separation from what we see going on down there with all the flashing lights.
UPS 773 Heavy, Whiskey Kilo Charlie to the ramp, doesn't monitor ground 185.
So that...
Okay, Whiskey Kilo Charlie to the ramp and monitor ground on 0.85, UPS 773 Heavy, thanks.
So that plane that landed from making a return trip here is still on the move. I think this is still it. Looks to be headed over to the, yeah, it's going over the bridge to the east side. So I guess everything's okay as far as operationally aboard the plane. We don't know, obviously, what led to the decision to bring it back. But they'll check it out. Maybe it'll go out a little later. JTB Airliner 320 says, howdy Walt from Oklahoma. Been watching airline videos live from LAX. Getting ready for my plane spotting adventure there on June 4th.
Runway 18 right, clear to land.
18 right, clear to land, request long roll.
Candy says, hey, I'm sitting out there too.
All right, we'll try, thanks.
And on your left, there's an emergency vehicle at the first terminal, either A or B, I forgot. Yeah, we got that. Thank you. Larry Brown says all is normal according to the crew, and 18 left is open again for takeoffs. Frank Melendez speculating that might be a medical emergency. Melendrez, sorry. Frank, who's a channel member. But, yeah, we, can't say for sure. Well, here comes that 767 we did not get to see touchdown. We got to see it kind of briefly go by.
(1997)
27-year-old aircraft, 767-300 ER freighter, coming in from Houston Intercontinental George Bush World Airport, as you see some of the emergency vehicles now making their way back to their station.
American 1092, come to the approach.
American 1092, good.
Our channel sponsor James Webb standing to the right of me, taking some shots of this plane using his smartphone.
3208 DFW Tower, wind 18.13, that's 17, runway
18 right, clear to land, 4208.
Our channel member Storm Chaser Mark says good evening, Walt and chat. M. Mick says, Walt, have you the experience of visiting the Terminal E satellite? I haven't been to Terminal E in probably, I can't even remember when I've been to Terminal E, so the answer is no. Flyer KG says hello out there. Looks like I joined in just with some sort of emergency event. Hope everything goes well. Yes, indeed, the emergency vehicles are on their way back to their home base now. Some of them have returned. Some of them are still on the way. There was an American Airlines Airbus A321neo that left here maybe about 45 minutes ago. Bound for San Diego, it circled back and landed again with the full complement of emergency vehicles ready to greet it. But there was no issues. Here is Skittles, channel member, Quadjet channel member, says good evening everyone and hello to you, Skittles. Skittles told us in our last broadcast that she's got a new job, which doesn't require her to drive all over the Pacific Northwest anymore. And that was super news. So Skittles, you got a new job, Smoke and Slice recently signed up with a new job. You get a job and you get a job. I feel like it, though I had nothing to do with it, of course.
Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left.
Here's the Banana Bird Spirit. Flight 2452. This one's going to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321. You're watching Runway DFW now after dark, so I should pop in our little after dark logo here.
Tower on board 3889 on the visual 108.
3889 Tower, runway 012, runway 18 right, clear to land.
18 right, clear to land on board 3889.
Storm Chaser Mark, thank you so much for a $10 super chat. Much appreciated. Francis, channel member, says good evening from Sydney. One of our Australian friends, of which we have a number. And of course in Australia, it's already, what, Wednesday?
Runway 3358, visual 18 right.
So Spirit going out, American Eagle 4208 coming in from Oklahoma City. MX says to access the Terminal E satellite required a walk through an underground tunnel across the tarmac. I only did it once, but it was pretty neat. I seem to recall that. That one's been there a while. They're building some new on Terminal C, I think it is. They're adding a dock to that, which will add, I don't know, 4 or 5 new gates. And of course, can we see it now? I meant to look at this a little earlier when it was still light outside. Well, where all these flashing lights are is where they're preparing to build Terminal F, which has recently been expanded from its original plan from 15 gates to 31. And that'll be open in 2027, I think, is what they're saying. The Aviation Geek popping in with the hockey score. We saw an Air Canada jet come in to Love Field on Saturday. Well, we didn't, I don't think, did we see it come in? I think it was there when we went on the air. We saw it go back out, but I believe it was carrying the Winnipeg team. Dave Henderson, one of our mods, says good evening to all the Plane and Walt fans. Have a great evening. Thank you. Danny Lopez, does British Airways A380 not service DFW anymore? It does not, at least until further notice. We saw, if you go back in our archives here on Runway DFW, you can see the last time it took off from here. And British Airways has suspended its all service. Well, they only had one flight a day. It was the A380. They suspended that flight, that service, until the fall. I think it's the fall. Maybe it's later in the winter. But British Airways, when it returns, it does not have the A380 scheduled. Now, that could always change, of course. But as of right now, no more British Airways A380 until further notice. Now, we will get a Qantas A380 returning from Sydney. That will be coming up in August, as we watch American Flight 3358 arriving from San Antonio, American Eagle 3358 arriving from San Antonio, Texas. We've got another UPS plane which has pushed back, the tail of which can be seen as soon as I punch in this image there. Not on the radar yet, at least not the last time. Oh, there it is. It's an Airbus A300 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport, 22-year-old plane. But we can't show you more of it because it's hidden behind a wall. We'll get to see that in all of its glory in a moment or two. That Colin guy says howdy, folks. We say howdy back. There is the West Tower of DFW Airport. There's an A300.
UPS 755 Copy, DFW Tower, traffic 8 out, cross runway 18 right, taxi to runway 18 left. UPS 755 affirmative, traffic is on an 8-mile final, cross 18 right, taxi to runway 18 left.
Cross 18 right, 18 left.
UPS 755 Copy, runway 18 left, automatic CP 5, just take off. UPS 755, Dr. Center, take off, turn, close the door 18 left, just let me know when you're ready. Convoy 3693, are you ready? Need some time?
No, we're ready.
Thank you. Convoy 3693, DFW Tower, RNAV CP, park, runway 18 left, just take off.
Take off 18 left.
Christine Barnes says, howdy hoo, everyone. I've never gotten a howdy hoo before, I don't think. We have someone named Candy here. Didn't want to interrupt me, but want to say hello. James Webb, our channel sponsor, is here, encouraging the appearance by Candy. So, Candy, if you're within the sound of my voice, come say hello. American Eagle Flight 3693 going to Bentonville, Arkansas, the home of Walmart. That's what you're seeing right there. Headed south on runway 18. Hello. Nice to meet you too. What's your name?
Tanner.
What?
Tanner.
Tanner. Pleasure to meet you, Tanner.
Did you ever find out what happened with the emergency out there? So
Don't know.
a plane going to San Diego, I was watching it, had to be followed back with emergency and to divert back. It did circles over by the AFW airport.
Yeah,
and,
no. Well, I saw that all happen. I just don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay.
It's
But
good to
yeah,
see you.
it's good to see you too. Thank you. That was Tanner, I think he said his name was, not Candy. So, Candy has yet to make herself known. So this A300 about to blast off for Chicago Rockford International Airport. Thank you, Hans Olav Mark, for being a 19-month Twin Jet member. Thank you, Hans. It says UPS is my favorite cargo airline in the USA. And there you go. Glad we can. This is a pretty good place to see them. It's not Louisville, of course, but which is where they all kind of come and go from, pretty much. But we see our share. Airman 24 alerting us to the fact that we've got a Turkish Dreamliner, which has pushed back from its gate. I am not seeing it, but keep an eye out for it. Here goes American Flight 2430 to the city adjacent to the base, San Francisco. An Airbus A321neo. About to touch down from Mexico City. 737-800. American Airlines Flight 2351.
RNAV Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2567.
American Flight 2567 is going to Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321. Let's watch for American Flight 1793 coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So we'll aim our camera over the shrubbery. And how long does it take to get here from Fort Lauderdale? I didn't look yet. Let me guess. Say 2 hours. Oh, longer than I thought. 2 hours and 45 minutes. So be on, yeah, I said 737-800. American 1084 to the City of Angels. Los Angeles is now rolling. It's an Airbus A321. Okay, now the mystery is solved. Candy is Tanner, like a plot twist in a movie. Okay, so glad to meet you, Tanner, using the alias of Candy.
Okay, we'll hold position.
There we go. My name is Tanner. I'm using my grandparents' phone because mine is dead, so that was me. Okay, so now it makes sense. I'm glad I got to meet Tanner. Arriving from Palm Beach in Florida, West Palm Beach. American Flight 2640, a 737-800.
Whatever, right up and wait, I'm making
640 Echo Alpha, Hotel 185.
Ground Hotel 185.
Well, let's do this now that it's just after 9 o'clock Central Time. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark. We come to you live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We are at Founders Plaza. Sitting right over here is our channel sponsor, James Webb, enjoying the planes while he's visiting this area, and we're glad you're with us. That is Qantas. No. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It's Turkish. See? I've done it again. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, Turkish Airlines. Flight radar isn't telling me where it's going, but I have a sneaky suspicion its final destination is Istanbul. I don't know. Something about it. Pilot Sam says, visiting Dallas and was going to go to Founders Plaza and then saw you were going to be live tonight. Currently in flight school. Love the channel. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you're here in the chat with us because I have never been to flight school, so there's a lot of things I don't understand or perhaps get wrong sometimes. So be sure to let me know when I do. Well, Francis does give me a break. You're kind of similar to Qantas in the dark. That's right. Thank you, Francis. And Ryan Paulding with a salute to our friend James Webb. And we do have a web emoji to use. I think maybe only if you're a member, I think. Another UPS plane backing out. 767 off to Louisville, just in front of us here. Take a look at it real quick as it backs out. This is a 767-300 freighter, which was delivered last June, so as far as flight radar is concerned, this is brand new.
We're out here on the hotel line to turn around for spot 131.
It's going to Louisville, so we'll see what happens as far as where it takes off. So Turkish still waiting its turn. They're on 18 left. Christine Barnes, channel member, says DFW looks great after dark. Well, we have James Webb to thank for that, because he has been instrumental in us getting the cameras that we need to be able to broadcast after dark. 757 Chip, now a member of this channel for 2 full years, and also celebrating a birthday this month. So 24 months already. Thanks Walt and Mods for keeping my love for plane spotting going. Thank you, Chip. I found out this year that we were born in the same year. It was the year was 1980, wasn't it, Chip? I think that's what the year was that we were both born in. Thank you, Chip, for that $10 emoji. Much appreciated. All right, we're going to Istanbul. Well, we're not going to Istanbul. I hear it's a very nice airport. Well, answering the question, is Frontier currently operating at DFW on this Tuesday? We're about to get our answer in the form of Flight 4964 from Los Angeles, an Airbus A320 Neo. Be here in just a second or two. We've got this, well, we were going to see the brand new 767 going through our shot there, but it has stopped. Katie Goodling has also been a member of the channel for 24 months. That would be 2 years. Thank you, Katie. She says, thank me for the stream. I thank you for your support of this channel. Okay, here comes the... See, I like to lock down the camera and see the planes go through. And I think we'll we'll see this go through in time so that we can pick up on the Frontier plane with Hazel the Chipmunk on it. I can't, have I seen Hazel the Chipmunk recently? Okay, so we might have to tear away from this for Hazel. Hazel! There's Hazel, there she is. It's so fascinating because I grew up seeing chipmunks in New York, and my wife grew up seeing them in Cleveland, and yet we do not have chipmunks in Texas, at least not in this part of Texas. Squirrels? We got squirrels. Don't have any chipmunks. Chipmunks are very cute. Squirrels are pretty cute too, but chipmunks. Graphic sign and design, a channel member for 21 months. It's been a great 21 months with Walt and crew. Thank you. And I do have to thank our great moderators, Moderation Federation. Why, looky there, it's an American Airlines plane. What? How did that get here? This aeroplane, an Airbus A321, coming in from Denver. Flight 1322, if I read things correctly. Francis loves all the Frontier animals. Well, we're getting a pile-up, not a literal pile-up, but a jam-up, I guess you would say, of planes over there at terminal, well, I mean on runway 18 left, getting ready to take off. Kevin says, good night, Walton family. Good night to you, Kevin. Joe Jester says, I love this stream. LOL, it is nice. We are much obliged, as they say here in Texas. I push the button, and I hit the wrong button, so we missed that incoming flight. There's the view of the East Tower with downtown Dallas in the rear. Seeing if we've got anything special. The Allegheny Retro from Los Angeles is due to come in any moment now. This is the American Airlines with a retro livery, harkening back to the days of Allegheny Airlines. In this case, it's flight 2024 from Los Angeles, an Airbus A321, and it'll be here in about 2 minutes. We've got one plane ahead of it, so we'll get to see a bestriped American Airlines plane. It's an American Airlines plane, but it salutes the heritage of the airline. Graphic sign and design with a NHL Stanley Cup playoffs update. Thank you, graphic sign and design. And Mrs. Runway DFW reminds me that her hobby in Ohio is photographing chipmunks. Remind me to sit you down and show you my old black and white pictures. Well, even better than that, you can share them with me, and then I can share them with everybody. We can watch chipmunks when it gets slow. Rich Carlo up there in Indiana, Hoosier State, says hello, Walton, everyone. Thank you, Rich, for being a channel member. .757 Chip says there's at least one chipmunk in Texas, but that's only on Halloween when I put on my monk's robe. And Charlene thinks that sounds like a good costume. I guess you'd have to know your name, Chip, to get the intricacies of that costume. Although I guess maybe if you wore a big game show name tag, then that might fill in the gaps. Maybe you do that. Sarah Deal says Allegheny was a major airline at Boston years ago. And yes, I remember having flown on Allegheny. Here it comes now. Look at that cheat line, everybody. Not the best of lighting to get a good look at that classic livery. So the almost new 757 is now on the move over to 18 left for takeoff. Game Boy Lyric says I just saw that land at LAX a few hours ago, talking about the Allegheny livery. There's about a dozen planes waiting to take off, all of which are either American Eagle or American Airlines. Yeah, I think all of them are. No wide bodies, except for the UPS 757, which is still waiting its turn. Jay Lee says, remember, if you want to know what construction is going on at DFW Airport, go to the airport webpage and look for construction, and you will find what we are doing. We will do that, Mr. Lee. I have been to that page, not recently, though. Simon 007, good greetings. Greetings to you. Jay Lee says, I can tell you what is going on. I am at DFW right now. Well, that makes 2 of us. And 3 of us if you count James Webb, so. Sure. Inquiring minds want to know. And while we're You probably, I mentioned it on Saturday's broadcast, but yes, Runway DFW is going to Paris. We're going to Paris. And so I had the crack Runway DFW graphics team make up a map which will show our journey to Paris. And so here, is this it here? Oh man, that's the wrong one. Graphics team, can you update that with where I told you I was going? There we go. So we're going to Paris, Texas, and that will be on Saturday morning. And it's in Texas. They've got an Eiffel Tower there, really. But we're going there to take pictures at the Airplanes and Coffee event at the Paris, Texas airport, Cox Field. And we'll be, I don't have an exact time, but Saturday morning is when we'll be there. We won't be seeing any wide bodies, but we'll be seeing a lot of general aviation planes, and it should be fun. So I hope you can join us for that. If not, watch it on replay. CRJ action for you. Okay, Jay Lee saying Terminal C, third garage, is being rebuilt, and the whole terminal is also getting rebuilt, so Terminal C will be a brand new terminal. Ooh. So that, plus we're getting Terminal F, which Jay Lee, you know better than I, but my understanding is that at least the first part of it is scheduled to open in 2027. Josh Aldrich says DFW live from Paris, yes. Katie Goodling, going to be at Disney World. Well, here's the nice thing. You can only go to Disney World. You can't just go to Disney World every day, but you can watch Runway DFW every day if you so choose. If you don't mind the replay. I think we're now up to about, let me count the planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 planes. Well, 14 planes are waiting to take off here at on the west side of the airport. And I'm not even looking at the east side. Who knows what's going on over there? Wow, there's only two. No, there's more. Not as many planes over on the east side, but they still have at least about a half dozen lined up for taking off. We should be seeing soon Qantas Flight 22 to Melbourne headed out. That'll be a Dreamliner. In just a few minutes, if my information is correct, we've got a 777 freighter coming in from Toronto, Aerologic 777-200. Flight back to Iberia, flight back to Madrid, scheduled to go out at 9:40. That flight to Sydney, which we saw come in earlier, very late, like 10 hours late, is scheduled to go out at 10:40. I don't know that that's going to happen based upon their arrival time. And just before 11 o'clock, we've got Fiji A350-900 and a Qatar A350-1000. And if we hang out long enough, just after 11, there's a Singapore Airlines Cargo 7, I'm assuming it's a 747, coming in from Anchorage, although I do not see it as an active flight. So, back to the action here. Jay Lee says if you go down the South Service Road past Terminal D and go 3 lights off to your right, you'll see the construction for Terminal F already being worked on. We have seen that from afar. We haven't been down there to look at it close up. I don't know how close up we could get to it even. Bill Caldwell says DFW seems particularly busy for this time of night? Question mark? It is. I would agree with that. There must have been some delays or something. Ryan Paulding says, Walt, have you been practicing your French for Saturday? Ooh la la! Sacre bleu! Baguette. Beret. I know all the words. The Eiffel Tower, I wish I had a picture of it. I don't. I couldn't find a non-copyrighted one to share with you, but the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas has a cowboy hat on the top of it. That was American Flight 1317 off to Phoenix, Arizona, Airbus A321neo. Got an E-Jet headed out next. See anything coming in? Nothing imminently arriving on this side of the airfield. We do have some more UPS action just to the adjacent to us. That's an Airbus A300 Flight 761 going to Ontario, California, where our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live was hanging out yesterday. 24-year-old A300. It looks like its cousin over here is about to take off.
Archer, good night, Convoy 4173.
So this is the 767 going to Chicago Rockford, I think. So that's what an almost new 767 looks like. Turned out to be a very pleasant evening here. Started out being about 90 degrees, currently 85 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius, wind out of the south at 10 knots, 12 miles an hour.
Cross runway 18 left, and then after head to ramp.
Jay Lee says, I am in Terminal A and it's just a regular night so far. Terminal A is an American Airlines terminal. There you see some of the planes that are waiting for their turn. Marion Seeley says, I'm flying into Love Field in the morning from Chicago Midway Airport. We'll have a safe trip. I'm going to bet you're on Southwest Airlines. Tazro1 says, there's been some delays in Newark I know of. Jay Lee says it is normal as busy. As busy as normal. No, normal as in busy. Okay. Uncle Clayton Guy says, hello all from Indianapolis. We've got Aer Lingus coming tomorrow. Yes, that is really exciting. That's kind of cool that you guys get the Aer Lingus. One of those airlines we do not get to see here in North Texas. I don't know if Aer Lingus has ever flown here. Well, there you see the MD-11, which has been hanging out here. Oh, there is a scissor lift there, so I guess they are putting some cargo into the belly of that beast. And we've got... I was waiting for... Well, there you can see, just in the right side of your screen, here comes the A300 going to Ontario, California. Well, it's not going anywhere quite yet. Oh, now it's on the move. Very slowly. If you look carefully in the upper right part of the screen, you can see the plane tracking there from our car camera. Marion Seeley says, Walt, have you been to Chicago? I have been to Chicago. O'Hare. I'm trying to remember. I think the last time I was there, though, Mrs. Runway DFW and I were going to London. And you might say, well, Walt, why would you be at Chicago O'Hare Airport if you're going to London? Well, as it turns out, there was a passenger who fell ill on our direct flight from here to there, and so the plane diverted to Chicago to provide medical assistance to that passenger. So didn't get out there. I have been to O'Hare to change planes. I don't think I've ever been to Chicago O'Hare as a destination. I've never been to Chicago O'Hare to plane spot, which my understanding is has been somewhat of an issue in recent months, with the authorities cracking down on plane spotting. So I don't know, I hope that's all getting resolved. Don't they know that plane spotters are friendly and fun? And another set of eyes and ears for the airport.
Cross 20 right with the bus, hold short of 1 left,
All right, remember we talked about that Aerologic 777? I believe it's on coming in now. What we just saw there landing was American Eagle 3699 from Gulfport, and going out was American Flight 1538 to McAllen, Texas. But here comes a DHL mustard and ketchup livery, one of my favorites, coming in from Toronto. Flight 464, operated by Aerologic. We point our lonely camera to the sky. It's not lonely, actually. 777 freighter. What else can we tell you about it? It is, oh, another new, wow. This one's new as of March. So this one will still have that new plane smell, I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee it. New plane smell coming up.
Yes, sir, the target is American 3232, visual 1 right.
I know. Why isn't it here yet? It's coming. It'll be coming at us from behind those shrubberies. There it is, in all of its mustardy glory. Unlike UPS, DHL lights up its tail. Now, we won't get a close-up look at it because it goes to a different cargo area here on the west side. Seth Rubalcaba says, such a modern, iconic livery. Yeah, I like that. It's does kind of harken back to the golden age of liveries. Ladies and gentlemen, will be about all we can see of that plane for tonight. It's possible we'll see another DHL plane going to Cincinnati. which is usually a 767. It's usually a much older plane. And it's not operated, is that operated by ABX? I can't remember. American Flight 1078 to Albuquerque, an Airbus A321 is what you are seeing there. Poised for takeoff on 18 left.
1974 3000, on the version 18 right, Houston.
Seth says, almost done with all my exams. Thanks for helping me get through these late nights for the last few months. Seth, I don't know if I could watch airplanes and study for exams. You must be able to focus. I've tried coming out here. I thought, you know, I can work at my regular job, which involves preparing online content for a TV station here in North Texas and southern Oklahoma. And I thought very incorrectly that, well, I can just come out, because I can work from anywhere. I can just come out here, set up on a picnic table or my own table, and I can do my work and watch planes, and you know, planes will be coming in the background. I found I cannot do that. I'm too distracted. So Seth, I'm glad that you have that ability that I do not. Okay, we got UPS flight 761. Going to Ontario, California.
Tropical hold, cross 18 left at Alpha, down 0.65 and high.
18 left at Alpha.
61 heavy, contact sector.
Over departure, EPS 761 heavy.
Kiwi Whispers has finished some study tonight too, celebrating with Runway DFW. Maybe we should advertise ourselves as the study aid. American 1809 to Seattle, an Airbus A321 is just about to release the brakes and fire up those engines. Hans Olof Mark, one of our channel members, says, I have pictures of that 777 airplane at SVG airport here in Norway. I don't know what SVG is. I don't have that code in my memory banks. I'm assuming it's in Norway. Off to Coffee Town.
Park 1 left, clear for takeoff, runway 4273. On the way, 18 left, American 1798. American 80 on departure, we'll deal.
757 Chip says runway study hall. You know, maybe I should put out, I've thought about this before, to put out a separate stream that doesn't have me yakking away or music. It's just the sounds of the airport. You know, there'd be a kind of cheesy way to do it. I could just put one channel has the natural sound and the other channel in stereo has me and the music and stuff. But how many, I've thought about that, but how many devices can you make a selection as to which channel you're listening to? You know, you used to be able to do that on an old stereo set, but not on a phone or a tablet or a TV set most of the time. Yonder is American Flight 1798 going out of our screen, headed to San Diego. Is this the one that was is this the one that got turned around earlier, that we had made an emergency landing? Sounds familiar, Flight 1798. Well, at any rate, it's going to San Diego. There were a number of emergency vehicles that lined up after, I believe it was this, I don't know if it was this aircraft, but it was this flight, or a flight to San Diego, that left DFW Airport, then circled around a bit and came right back, and made an uneventful landing. And we don't have any inside information as to what caused that turnaround. So yes, this was scheduled to leave at 8:45 p.m. So I think that is the flight that we had been watching. Stavanger Airport is the airport name that I could not think of, and James Webb over here also chiming in with that information. Thank you to both of you. Ramon Balderrama says, hey from East Texas. O'Malley says, Stavanger looks very remote. I'll bet it is. Kevin says, you have a friendly voice, Walt. Don't stop yakking. Well, nobody's been able to shut me up yet. But thank you. Let's pause for a second and look over towards the MD-11, which is still being loaded up with big silver boxes. Aviation Geek reporting. This could be a spoiler alert. I guess I put it up already. Dallas Stars win 3-1. Airman 24 says it was American Flight 1243 to San Diego. And O'Malley confirms it was a different flight, so never mind. We're getting some, you can hear it in the background, I think. An air start, whining away. Robbie Batista checking in, says hello to me and to everyone. Guy Bilton says good evening. Hello, Guy. Yes, O'Malley, it's our old friend, the air start cart. So O'Malley, I guess you now inserted a duck by your name. I hadn't noticed that before. Is that new? if I can discern any information about this plane. 10:10 p.m. we have an MD-11 UPS going out from this airport to Chicago Rockford International Airport. So that must be this one, although if it's still getting loaded and it's supposed to go out at 10:10, it might be a bit of a delay. Let's see, it says here it's a N287 UP. Let's see if we can find the can we see that? Yeah, I think that's N287 UP. Let's get on a bigger screen here. Yeah. So this is the one that's scheduled to go out at 10:10. I don't know that we will actually see it at that time. What we will see now, however, is pretty cool. And that is the moon. Settle down, tripod. Full moon, or pretty close to it, tonight over North Texas. Rising in the eastern sky. See how close we can get to it here. Fortunately, with the wind, yikes. Our tripod is weighed down, but I guess it's not as stable as I would like it to be. But there's our old friend, the moon. That is the moon. Game Boy lyric. So the flight to San Diego that turned around is still at gate A8, the very top of Terminal A, no updates. Okay. You see, I'm going to move this camera a little bit so the moon will be not obscured by our logo. I've dialed down our exposure a bit so we can see a little more detail on the surface of our nearest celestial neighbor. Martin Exotic says that looks like the moon. Francis says I think it's a flower moon. A little high in the sky for it to be photobombed by an aircraft on the east side. And I don't think we've got anything coming up here on the west side. We've got another UPS 767 backing out now. This is flight 773. It is going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport. that's an example of a 20th century 767. As we keep an eye on the old moon here over DFW Airport. Texas Tom H. A cheddar cheese moon, he dubs it. J.R. Melton, nice chunk of cheddar cheese. Joseph says, splendid moon view, forget about UPS. .757's Chip says it's time to get packed for his dead-eye back to Texas. Chip, have a safe flight. So glad you could stop by tonight, and again, happy birthday. Charlene says the moon looks like it's hitting the ceiling. We have a new subscriber whose name I cannot read because the letters are too small on my monitor, but thank you for clicking the subscribe button. We're not missing anything. This, as far as right now, this is the only thing that's happening. Aside from that UPS 767 you can hear in the background, there aren't any planes taking off or landing here on the west side of the field. Well, I take that back because American Flight 2368, who do we appreciate, is coming in from San Antonio, Texas, in Airbus A319. So what we're going to do now, I'm just going to pull out a little bit in case it decides to bisect the moon here, and we'll get one of those rare moon shots. It'll be within view in about 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Little low. Or I didn't have my camera aimed just the right way. I probably should have gone with this shot. That would have done it. But we got another one. We got one more to try. American Flight 1456 from Salt Lake City in Airbus A321neo. Oh boy, Chip says the fun begins on American Airlines. I just moved my flight from Terminal 4 to the end gate at Bradley. That happened to Mrs. Runway DFW and I when we were on our last trip out of here. They moved us to a different terminal, and I think to 3 different gates by the time we got finished in the they moved us from Terminal D to Terminal A, and there were like 3 different gates that we had to go through. Or, well, we didn't actually go to all the gates because they kept changing it more quickly than we could even get to them. All right, here comes a flight from Salt Lake City, Flight 1456. We'll try this on the wide shot, I guess. Or the wider shot. See what happens. Should I give you another countdown? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Well, it is just after 10 o'clock. Just after 10 o'clock in the central time zone of the USA, and you're watching Runway DFW After Dark in color, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. And we're back. I was busy making some camera adjustments. Kiwi Whisper says it's a forbidden song kind of Moonlight feeling. Ah, indeed. Once again, UPS flight 753 to Chicago Rockford International Airport. No, to this flight 773 to Louisville, a 767-300. And the MD-11 is backing out. Oh, so they got that thing buttoned up sooner than I thought. Ago they were loading cargo into that tri-jet. So coming up in the next hour we should see Qatar A350-1000 and a Cathay Pacific A350-900. No, the Cathay Pacific is a 1002, I believe. Don't know if we'll see the Qantas flight to Sydney, as it arrived very late, like 10 hours late. And we normally don't see it arrive on our evening broadcasts. James Webb, making sure I did not miss this. Vince, Las Vegas. Good evening, Walton friends. Lovely evening for Moonlit plane spotting. Vince, Las Vegas, one of our original channel members. Do we have that graphic still? I think we do. course, I may be wrong about that. No. Here we go. So here are the a list of Runway DFW founding members. These people were with our channel from the very start. A few trains at Airline Videos, Beve, Chuck Tolsma, Dave Billington, Dogwood 67, Dustin Jackson, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, Kells 1136, KSAV Geek, Linda Kavinsky, Michelle RS, Machete, O'Malley, Steve B, and Vince Las Vegas. Now, we've had a lot of people who've been with us for a long time, but those guys and gals have been members of this channel since the very start, and I want to give a special shout out to them. Thank you. Got a super sticker here. Canadian $14 from Spry YZ. Thank you so much. KJ says, pretty good night, not many June bugs. I haven't been attacked by June bugs tonight. That has been a problem in recent days here at Founders Plaza. The moon's about to be obscured once again by a cloud shroud. So I can't resist. I can't resist going back to it. But the old autofocus is not cooperating. Flyer KG with a congrats to the original Runway DFW members. And yes, Martin Exotics notes that Airline Videos, our friend Kevin, has been with us from the start as well. And I'm very appreciative of that, because I have a lot of respect for what Kevin does over at Airline Videos and his innovation and his connections that he makes with the viewers. And he's been nothing but helpful to us here at Runway DFW. So, tip of the cap to Kevin at Airline Videos Live. And our friend Rudy as well, Rita, and everybody who hangs out over there. Chip was there over the weekend to present some goodies from Buc-ee's. Ryan Paulding says this reminds him of the 80s show Moonlighting. Well, for those of a certain age, the first thing that comes to my mind when I see something like this is The Honeymooners. I can almost see Jackie Gleason's face in the moon. All right, let's see here. We've got our tri-jet is on the move. Flyer KG says, do you want to go to the moon? I do not want to go to the moon. I'm happy if someone else decides to go to the moon. I'm not. Count me out. So good for us. This plane is on a trajectory to take off from here on the west side of DFW. KJ says, I'm amazed at how fast the MD-11 gets off the runway. It's a pretty snappy thing. So this, the MD is waiting on an incoming flight 1711 from San Francisco, American Airlines, 737-800. And here it comes now. Okay, the MD is on the move. In the moonlight. There's the quick turnaround Qantas 7879 Dreamliner. And as we mentioned before, we saw this come in very late, and it is leaving pretty close to being on time. It's going to Sydney, flight 8, I believe it is. No, this is flight 22. So no, this is the flight to Melbourne. So my apologies. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, but it's going to Melbourne. Flight 22. Melbourne, one of the longest flights you can get from here. Just shy of 9,000 miles. A 17-hour plus flight. Yo, doctor is making fun of me now. Here comes a possible Qantas, Turkish, or Austrian 787. Because they all kind of look the same, right? I can confirm that is a flying roux there behind the MD-11, which looks like it is getting the nod to take off into the night sky. One of those aircraft carrier takeoffs. Didn't need much runway at all, did it? On its way to Chicago Rockford International Airport. There goes Qantas. You can see that Trans-Pacific Dreamliner taking up just a wee bit more runway than the MD-11 did. What ho, it's a 767.
.1997.
27-year-old airframe, 767-300ER. This one off to Louisville, and it too will be taking off from the west side based upon its configuration. Meanwhile, on 18 left, American flight. Oh, look at this. Almost missed this. It's the Air Cal livery, heritage livery of American Airlines. Going to Austin, Texas. blinded by the light. So this big jet marching on over to 18 left for takeoff. Cliff Johnson, a fan of this, whatever this is. So it's going to get quiet here after this plane takes off, from the looks of things. It's 10:22 here, Central Time. Robert McGullum subscribed this evening from Plano, Texas. Enjoy other spotters as well. I see you are set up on the far right of the plaza. Sent you a link to connect. Robert. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, we set up on the, well, no, we're actually on the, we're on the west, yeah, the far right of the plaza, on the west side. That is because we're closer to the UPS action. So if it ever gets kind of dull, we can point our camera over to see cargo being unloaded and loaded. But I think, if my eyes don't deceive me, we're down to just one aircraft left over at UPS. They've all, with this one, it's pretty much all cleared out. There have been a few nights we've been here that all the UPS planes are gone by the time we're gone. Of course, a number of them return, or other planes come in the middle of the night, because that's kind of the way cargo works.
UPS 793, head in contact flight 0,
So off to Louisville goes that aircraft. The moon, trying to get it in sight here. Moon not looking quite as cheesy as it did earlier. Of course, it was on the horizon earlier. Now it's rising in the sky, so it's not quite. Although, to the naked eye, I think our camera is color correcting it a little bit. It still looks yellowish. It looks more neutral going out to you now. Airman 24 says Iberia flight 364 has pushed off the gate. Be headed back to Madrid. G Money says perfect time to grab another beer, or in the case of Mrs. Runway DFW, that would be a ginger beer, which he has become a big fan of since we were in the Cayman Islands, and wide variety of ginger beer there, much of it from Jamaica, imported from Jamaica, but you can get it here in the States. Wow, it's gotten quiet. Ryan says this is white cheese now. Airman 24, that flight to San Diego, which was scrubbed, well, it wasn't scrubbed, it took off and then it came back. Flight 1243, now scheduled to depart at 12:25 tonight. That's a little beyond our ability to stay here. I must be up at the crack of dawn to take my grandson to school. That's the lone UPS plane. We do have on the radar another DHL flight operated by ABX Air, but if the photograph here on Flight Radar 24 is accurate, it has the ABX Air livery with the big A on the tail, which I always, whenever I see that, I think of Alvin and the Chipmunks for some reason.
Tower 9797, you have the visual 1 in right.
Let's see if we can find that Iberia flight, shall we?
American 9797, get to the counter, runway 18 right, clear the land, clear the land, clear the land, 1 clear the land, 18 right, American 9797, we're going on to the east side. American 9797, you're all to Echo.
I'm looking for it.
Okay, thanks.
I think if we go to this shot, we should see it there. Well, look, there it is. Coming out from the shadows of Terminal D. This is an Airbus A330-300 going to Madrid. An 11-year-old aircraft. Before I forget, another thank you to our those who have left us a super chat or a super sticker tonight. Spry YZ 757 Chip, Storm Chaser Mark, Darren Sorello, Brave Kumquat, and Preston Farmer, and also to James Webb for something he gave me to put in my pocket. James is still hanging out with us. There he is, sitting on the bench over there. I asked if he would come over and say hello, but he's very shy, so I wasn't gonna make any, you know, like run over there with a microphone or anything. I'm not gonna do that. New subscriber, and again, the font on that is too small for me to see on my little monitor here, but thank you for your punching the subscribe button as we get ever closer to 25,000 subscribers. A quarter of the way to getting to the point where YouTube sends you a plaque. So I've got a long way to go to that, but thank you all for your very kind support. We've got a plane that's going to take off. Well, we've got a plane that's coming in. Let's watch the plane coming in. It's American Flight 9797 from Amarillo, Texas, an Airbus A320. And if it's an American Airbus A320, it could possibly be a 20th century plane. Close but no cigar. This plane was delivered in the year 2000. Now I remember when the year 2000 rolled around, there were people who were saying, you know, it's not the next century until the year 2021, and nobody was buying that. I think technically that might be correct, but nobody's going to celebrate when it turns 2001 from the year 2000. Also, if you were around at the turn of the century, you'll remember that everything was supposed to blow up when all the clocks rolled over to the year 2000, because many computers weren't designed with a change of century in mind. And I don't think there was really any big issue with that. Well, oh darn, it looks like Iberia A330 is making a right turn to go over the bridge to the east side. How dare you? All right, we've got American Eagle. No, we've got Frontier. Let's look at Frontier. Frontier Flight 2632 from Denver, the Smile High City. Airbus A320 with Clover, the deer fawn. Another new subscriber, thank you. And yeah, we at Runway DFW Ranch, we're on the lookout for fawns. We should be about to be lousy with fawns at our little ranchette, because 'tis the season, right? So we'll get a little preview here on the tail of this Frontier A320. Well, it's still about 30 seconds away. There's that plane. That's still maybe 15 seconds out of camera range here. Frontier 2632. Frontier Clover, the deer fawn, emblazoned on its tail. I know you've been waiting for this, right? Well, my timing estimates are way off. Ah, there it is. Come in, Clover. We're looking over a plane named Clover. Off to Fresno, Airbus A321. Flight 3091. FAT. Moon is just about obscured now. You can see it in the top center right of your screen. It's going behind a cloud bank. So I'm going to reset our camera 2 to look, get a little closer look at the East Tower area.
Frontier 2632 in Alpha. Approximately 18 left over the Alpha bridge, coming up 26.5. Alpha crossing over the Alpha bridge, now 26.5.
Esther Grissom, who is a channel member, says, "Good evening, Walt, and everyone joining the stream late, but enjoying it as always." Thank you to Esther. Another new subscriber. I can read this one, Jonathan Palant. If I got that correct. Thank you, Jonathan. A reminder, subscriptions are free. It's an Airbus A321, American Flight 1355, going to Seattle in the state of Washington. might ask, Walt, what are you waiting for? We are waiting the departure of Cathay Pacific, which is still at the old gate here. Let's see if we can bring you as close up as we can of that tail. Cathay Pacific going to Hong Kong. It's the tail in that shot that's not American Airlines. It's an A350-1000, if I'm not mistaken. American Flight 154 to London Heathrow is backed out from Terminal D. That'll be a 777-200, one of 6 daily American Airlines flights to London. Over at FedEx, it's on the other side of the airfield. FedEx Flight 1365 and MD-11 is going to Memphis, the FedEx equivalent of Louisville to, like, Memphis is to FedEx as Louisville is to UPS. It is scheduled to go out at 11:01. So it's on the radar, so we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe we'll get to see it. I don't think it'll come over here to take off to the west side, but maybe we'll get to see it take off over there on the east side if we're still here when it goes out. Jolly good. Don't see any planes imminently arriving here on the west side. We've got this Embraer 175 going to Midland, Texas. American Eagle 3568. It was going to be hot tonight, but it turned out to be a really pleasant evening. A little windy, but the latest METAR says wind 13 knots, 15 miles an hour, coming out of the south, 85 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius. What doctor says, Walt, what are you waiting for? Well, we went over that. Maybe you asked that before I said it. H. Dot noting that we've got 500 likes tonight. Thank you to everyone who's clicked that little button. Raina Taylor says, hey everyone, late to the party. Sorry, but what's happening, guys? Howdy, and I'm glad the Stars and Rangers won their games today. Raina, are you back in the state of Texas? Or are you still in Florida or in transit somewhere? You don't have to tell us, I'm just curious. And Michael Benavides says, that's cool to see the tail of Cathay Pacific now at the International Hub. Yeah, we had seen Cathay Pacific aircraft here, but they had been cargo aircraft in recent years. This Airbus A321 is just about to head out to San Francisco. It's an Airbus A321. And I see that ABX Air is now on the move. We'll see that, I think, as we follow this plane along. It will photobomb us here briefly. There it is, with the big A on the tail. I almost thought we were going to get to see two DHL mustard and ketchup liveries today, but
American 446, Cathay, 439. Over departure, American 446, flying.
there's the ABX here. It's going to take off from the short T over here.
1991.
A 34-year-old plane headed to Cincinnati. It's flight number 102 ABX. Operating on behalf of DHL. I think it's going to take off from there. JR Melton says good night, neighbors. Good night to you, JR. Thanks for watching. Wood Doctor says you never know which livery ABX is going to bring.
American 1635, this is Cathay, head going 767, departure, runway 18 left, flat away.
18 left, flat away at American 1635.
Plane starting from about, I don't know, 3 or 4 football fields south on runway 18 left from where we normally see the planes take off. American Flight 1635 to Lubbock, Texas, an Airbus A319 is what is about to launch. Rain Taylor says I am indeed back in Texas from my vacation in Florida, but I couldn't catch a break from the rain. It was raining when we were driving back to Texas. That's awful. Well, I'm glad you're safely back here, you and your family. And I hope you made the best of it, even though you had a little extra precipitation than you might have wanted.
18 left, line of flight on board 3687. Takeoff on board 3687. American 1635, Cathay, Quantas, good night.
Over to departure, American 1635, good night.
So we've got this big old 777-200ER going to London. It is a 24-year-old aircraft. I mean, if I were a betting man, I'd be betting this was going over to the east side for takeoff, but I've been wrong before. So we'll be making a right turn here if it is indeed going to the east side of airport, and oh well. Now, did I say this is going to London Heathrow? Well, there's another plane. This is flight 154 going to London Heathrow. There's another 777-300 ER, which is also going to London Heathrow, which is now motoring our way. Maybe we'll get one out of two. There it is there. Raina Taylor has been a TriJet member for 22 months. Well, some of that has not been TriJet, but thank you, Raina. Just got an update from my phone that my membership is about to expire, so I might as well do this now. Good to be here for 22 lovely months. Well, Raina, you know, you can still hang out with us. You don't have to be a member to tune in. Not a requirement. American Flight 1273 off to Reno, Nevada, a 737-800. On a breezy Monday night here in North Texas. Brandon Rabbit says, evening all, just finished reffing high school hockey. Of course, as many of you know, our friend Luke, the random spotter, is also a hockey official. It's an American Airlines 737-800 going to Austin, Texas. Flight 1588.
238-85, we're at the D park, 18 left, let's take out. American 2734, this is John, 18 left on point.
Live away, 18 left, American 2734.
American 1588, contact Park United.
Over Park American 1588, United.
Well, looky here. I think we will get to see a wide-body London-bound plane taking off from right in front of us. That is Flight 80, the one that's going to the left of screen currently before it makes a U-turn. And there's the random spotter himself. We were just talking about you, Luke. One of our team of moderators. Tim Heasley says, hi everyone, it's a late night walk. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Tim, for hanging around as long as you could, and we'll see you next time.
3286, dog leg to final outside of Lake Range,
18 It's a loud one.
Right, American 13.
Person:"nobody" says, "Hey y'all." And did I say Tuesday? Did I say Monday? Sorry, Uncle Plane Guy. And the dispatcher just got home from work. Glad to see you back with us. So this aircraft has ahead of it a 4,750 mile trip, averaging about 8 3/4 hours over to London. Mike Reef says, "Thanks for the live feed, Walt. Gives me a chance to relax after a long, hard day." Storm Chaser Mark says, "Have a great evening, Walt in chat." Thank you, Storm Chaser Mark, one of our channel members. I am about ready to call it a night, but we did kind of promise you the Cathay Pacific flight to Hong Kong, which I believe is now lit up on the radar, as is Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney.
Tower 6269, yes, the traffic inside 12 o'clock in 2 miles, 2,700. Tower 6269, we have the onboard 135 today. Tower 6269, let's maintain good separation from that traffic, so continue straight south. Tower 6269, roll code. Tower 6269, contact departure, good night. Departure as well, Tower 6269. American 80 heavy on departure.
So tally-ho to the British Isles.
18 left, take off.
Okay, 18 left, clear for takeoff, 190 heading right turn up to 10,000 now, American 80 heavy.
Anna says, "I'm exhausted. Had a captain refuse an aircraft. I had 2 planes landing in Denver, and one couldn't get off the runway fast enough, causing the one behind it to go around." Yeah, that sounds like you need a little bit of relaxation there, Anna. That is a stressful job. I know that I could not do anything like that.
Short 18 left, American 20 left.
American 1599, angle to your right, and or actually just continue straight ahead to a golf, or Fox side, and with the golf. Fox, Whiskey Golf, American 1599. Envoy 3466, this is Gus Southway coming from heavy Boeing 777 departure, runway 18 left, Envoy. 18 left, Envoy, Envoy 3466. American Local 3 Echo Hotel, get to the counter at Zulu, cross runway 18 left, hold short, runway 18 left.
Stop that, Zulu, cross 18 left, hold short, 18 runway 3 Echo Hotel.
Well, just after 11 o'clock now, and you're still watching, for some reason, Runway DFW After Dark. Walt here with you, with James Webb over to my right on this Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. I thank you for watching.
American 3286, taxi Echo, and Alpha, hold short, runway 18 left. Take off for short, 18 left, American 328.
And Airman 24 says Cathay is pushing off the gate. Let's see if we can see it with our super zoom lens.
Take RNAV RNAV B Park, Envoy 3466. American 2378, get this out, runway 18 left, line of plate.
And we can't actually see it.
American 2378.
And
There's the tail, the teal and white tail of the Cathay Pacific now. Still getting pushed back. We're about not to be able to see it if it goes back any further, but it'll pull back forward again. There's the METAR, courtesy of Woot Doctor. Rain Taylor with some love for our friend James Webb. And the random spotter says James Webb. Yes, the James Webb. Well, hello there, fine sir. And yes, he does, Cajun Josh, make up for the entire studio audience tonight, or at least as of right now. There he is. He's been with us since the start of the broadcast, more than 3.5 hours ago.
American 3286, have to hold the position at Alpha, approximately 18 left over the bridge, telegraph 0.65, over good night.
So some James Webb. Oh, James, let me take that. Here. Now you can wave. You're on delay. There you go. There's James. Okay, you can see. Yes, the James Webb O'Malley. Not accept no substitutes.
18 left. We got our paperwork already. 2568. Thank you. American 2378 on after B Park, runway 18 left. Pick up.
And Francis, channel member, says it is nice to have some company. It is indeed.
American 1599.
We're lucky enough to have Texas Girl join us on some occasions when she can slip away from her duties. We've had, in recent days, 757 Chip has stopped by. Of course, we've had several visits now from Sarah the Real Deal, who doesn't even live in this neck of the woods. Nor does James, for that matter.
American 1599 on F2 Mark, runway 18 left, so pick up. On the line, so pick up, 1 left, American 2998, get this out.
So we're looking out for this Cathay Pacific. There it is. A little better view of it there. A350-1000. Qantas Flight 8 is pushed back. It's going to Sydney. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. And also now pushing back American Flight 78 to where? London Heathrow. Another 777. This one a 777-300 ER. It's scheduled to go out at just before 11. So it's running the American Airlines. This will be the third American Airlines wide body we've seen, 777 in fact, headed over to London Heathrow in the last 30 minutes. So are we missing anything else here? Well, yeah, we do have an assortment of flights that are still being dispatched. Like this one to Las Vegas. American Flight 2998, an Airbus A321. There goes American Flight 2568 to San Diego, an Airbus A321. Now, is this the flight that got turned around. I should remember the flight numbers, but I don't know, I think they're right down away. But earlier in the broadcast there was an American Airlines flight to San Diego that came back and landed with a full contingent of emergency vehicles.
American 1036 on that to depart, runway 18 left, first takeoff. Turn out to depart, first takeoff, runway 18 American 1036. Galley 6319, you through tower, transition to your left, use Foxtrot, with kilo 7. Foxtrot with kilo 7. American 1607, see you through tower, 18 left, upward. 18 left, line up for 1, American 1607.
So I don't think that's it. It was... Well, I'm not sure.
American 1607 on Ash to Long, runway 18 left, clear takeoff. RNAV Lauren at 18 left, clear takeoff, American 1607. Sky 6319, this is got runway 18 left, runway. Runway,
I haven't forgotten about you. I'm still trying to look for something to show you. That is American Flight 1607 going to El Paso, a 737-800. Here is, once again, the Cathay Pacific flight bound for Hong Kong, or at least it will be in short order once it lumbers to the starting line on 18 left. Morgan McNeely says MD-11 FedEx taking off on the other side of airport. Did we miss it? Yeah, I think we did. Sorry. I need my head on a swivel. I appreciate your warning. I didn't get over to see it in time. Thomas Moore says, hi Walt, were you in Dallas in 1993? I just watched a video about a DC-10 crash there on 17 left. Well, it was an L-1011 Delta Flight 191, and yes, I was here. And there is a story about that I have. I was working in the newsroom of WFAA TV, getting ready to produce the 10 o'clock news. This was right around the 6 o'clock hour, and I'm sitting at my desk, which is, I don't know, maybe 20 feet away from the assignment desk where all the scanners are going. And all of a sudden, this phrase comes into my ears as clear as day, and I'd never heard it before. I wasn't really particularly, I hadn't listened to airport scanners at that time of my career, but I heard the phrase, clear as day, amid all the cacophony of a newsroom, heavy jet down. And maybe it was the phrasing, the way it was said, the urgency with which it was said, the gravity associated with it, but the words heavy jet down. So I went over to the assignment desk and told the assignment editor, who was a veteran assignment editor. He'd covered the Kennedy assassination as a photographer and as a reporter. And Brett Shipp was his name. And he had not heard it. And so he started, all of a sudden the scanner started lighting up, and it was clear that something was going on. And we just started sending reporters out the door. And we were on the air live for, the next, I don't know how long, through the whole evening. So there's the Flying Roo, unless it's the unless it's Turkish Airways or Austrian Airways. But I think that is pretty much, I confirm that's the Qantas flight to Sydney. And did we lose? No, we did not. There's the Cathay Pacific going to Hong Kong. Just Plains Crazy says sharp livery, that Cathay Pacific. I agree. I really like that. I like the color. You can't really see the colors that well at night, but in the daytime, it's a great color scheme. What is that? Teal? I'm not sure. I don't know my colors that well. I think it's teal. Woot Doctor said, if I recall, that was the first incident known to have been caused by wind shear. They developed wind shear alerts after that. And that is true. That despite the tragedy of that circumstance, our flying is safer today because of what happened on that tragic day here at DFW. It was a Delta L1011.
So it's the 6353, contact Park United.
And Robert Brun says that crash was caused by a downburst of wind from a thunderstorm. Yes. Yes, a lot was learned from that horrible experience. So our broadcast will be concluding once we get these next two flights out. I don't know if we're going to wait for the Qatar flight to go out tonight. Got some new subscribers. Welcome to you. Lance D. ATL says, my dad was a DPS, Department of Public Safety Sergeant in Hearst, and was the first outside first responder to arrive at the crash site. Horrific stories from that day. My sister later met one of the survivors from the tail. Yeah, there were survivors, despite the really horrible nature of that incident. There were survivors. Pretty amazing. All right, our Cathay A350 is slowly making its way to our takeoff point here at 18 left. Johnny Dodge says, thank you, Walt. Time for Whataburger biscuits and gravy. You know what, Johnny? I love biscuits. Not a fan of biscuits and gravy. I think that's kind of a, I don't know, Texas thing, a Southern thing. I don't know. Raina says, the last time I was supposed to do a live stream, we weren't going to make it in time to witness the inaugural flight of the Cathay Pacific. Yeah, I remember you telling me you were going to try to do that. I couldn't be here for the Cathay Pacific flight, the inaugural one. Justin says most commercial pilots to this day have to fly that crash scenario on the simulator to train to recover from a microburst on short final.
On departure, right heading 1980, climb 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Cathay 875.
Well, clear for takeoff, so just gotta make a little turn and a burn, and there it goes. And in short order, we will be seeing the Qantas Flying Roo 7879 Dreamliner going to Sydney. The 6-year-old plane you see right there, about to embark on an 8,123 mile flight, probably a little longer because it's got to evade some North Korean and Russian airspace. So these passengers are strapped in for a 15.5-hour ride to Hong Kong.
Hold short, 18 left is contact. All right, we'll head down to Alpha, then hold short, 1 left at Alpha, 79.
And we're going to get a bonus Heathrow flight in. So it looks like, so stand by for that.
Tower American 70 Heavy, we're ready now.
American 789, cross runway 18 left at Alpha, over the bridge, center ground point 65. Have a good night.
Cross 20 left, side Alpha, over the bridge, to ground point 5. You have a good night at 789.
So American Flight 78 to London Heathrow is next in line to take off.
American 78 Heavy.
And that will be followed by Qantas Flight 8. And then I think we're done.
Cathay 875 Heavy, Cathay, good night. Passengers, good night, Cathay 785.
Once again, this is 777-300ER. Ten-year-old plane going to London Heathrow.
American 78, head turn right, heading 190, climb maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear takeoff.
Right to 190, climb to 10,000, clear for takeoff, 18 left American 78 Heavy.
And Francis is giving me some credit for identifying the Qantas plane correctly this time. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Heavy, DC Giant, power plate service, 18 left, on the plate.
18 left, on the plate, 18 heavy.
On Epsilon, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
On Epsilon 18 left, clear for takeoff, Qantas 8.
American 78, next contact Clark, have a good night.
American 78.
And there's Qantas Flight 8. Wasting no time.
Qantas Dreamliner, runway 18 left, final point.
18 left, line up to point 25.
Qantas 8 Heavy, contact Clark, have a good night.
Qantas 8 Heavy, departure, thank you, good night.
And so let me double check the radar to make sure we're not about to miss anything. Oh, you know what? Qantas Flight 7, I'm sorry, Qatar Flight 732 has now been pushed back. And American Flight 132 to Dublin, which is a 777-200, is also going to take off from over here. So, you know what? We'll just hang out with the heavies. There's the flight to Dublin, which I guess is as close as we get to Aer Lingus around here. So, okay, so we've got two more wide bodies to go. This one to Dublin and the Qatar flight to Doha.
Dallas 6333, RNAV for Lauren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Lauren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, sketch 6333.
Looking down here to see if we see the Qatar flight in motion. It's behind the end of the Terminal D there on the left. Got a new subscriber by the name of Leighton. Thank you, Leighton. Francis says, love to hear the Aussie accent over the ATC.
American 790, RNAV 2P, Fox, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
And Wooddock says, it's a heavies night parade. Yeah, if we hang out long enough, hey, we could stay here all night and see all the UPS planes come back in, but Johnny Dodge says they are building a Rose's Cafe here, finally. I hear it's good. I like it. Mrs. Runway DFW, not a fan. Here comes the Oryx on the tail of the Qantas A3, the Qatar A350 1000.
Runway 18 right, clear to land, and Echo 711, please.
Alright, clear land, 18 right, Echo 711.
How unusual is it to have two airlines that start with the letter Q and don't have a U after the Q?
Cross 20 left, cross 20 right, charge to ground, 865, begin.
We better swing around to catch the Dublin flight here. This is a well. This is running late. This was scheduled to go out at 6:50, so it's quite a bit late tonight. It's a 4,400 mile trip, which normally takes right about 8 hours. So I'm guessing that the passengers may be a little bit perturbed. Chip, you're still at LAX, hanging out with the Admiral at LAX Terminal 4.
Tower, this is American 132 Heavy.
American 132 Heavy, go ahead.
Yeah, we're not ready yet. Still waiting final numbers, but I forgot to tell ground we're unable. The RNAV said.
American 132 Heavy, no worries. We need to set sector and on departure.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir.
That pilot sounds a little weary. After all this time, his airline, American, hasn't fed him the numbers yet for his flight. The passenger, the number of passengers, the cargo load, the fuel load, all of which has to be programmed into the computer so that it can operate efficiently and make sure it has the right range and all that stuff. So that's a little frustrating.
One DFW counter is Zulu, cross runway 18 left, holding short, runway 18 right. Ground, was that for tower, was that for local 561? Somebody local 561, affirmative, and Zulu, cross runway 18 left.
And there is what may be our final flight of the night. The Qatar A350-1000 still kind of making its way in our direction. Oh wait, maybe not. Because Airman 24 says Fiji flight 8912 Nadi is pushing off the gate. Okay. And of course, since we have a Fiji aircraft in our thumbnail tonight, I don't think we can leave without seeing that one. Now, meanwhile, you see a bunch of flashing lights here at along the runway. Delta plane coming. Have we seen a Delta plane tonight? I don't think we have. Oh, there's one.
American 556, DFW runway 18 right, clear the lane. Runway 18 right, 556. American local 561 at Zulu, cross runway 18 right, taxi to Charlie direct, have a good night.
That was Delta Flight 420 coming in from Los Angeles, Airbus A320. And if we can get a little closer look at it.
1998.
20th century plane. Robert Brun says they often do that at the last minute, Walt. Yes, the plane, we see, it's a regular thing. We see planes waiting for their instructions, but we've got something going on here. I don't, looks like some work is going on. That's some kind of,
Delta 420, taxi to Echo, Alpha, cross runway 18 left over.
They're throwing some light out there, so they've got something they're working on.
Echo, Alpha, 18 left over the Alpha Bridge, 2165 for Delta 420. Have a good night.
American 509, contact departure. Have a good night.
Chip says, no, it's not the last flight. But we haven't gotten there yet, Chip. We're still a little ways away. Got Qatar 732 coming our way, followed by Fiji flight 891, and preceding that will be American, well, assuming that it gets all its numbers, American flight 132 to Dublin. Just kind of parked right in front of some of this, whatever they're doing with the ground crew.
American 556 parking east. Can we roll off?
American 556 from this, you roll Echo 7 or out.
American 556, appreciate it.
You headed out? James, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a safe trip to Houston, however you get there.
Working on numbers.
Okay, thanks.
American 154.
James Webb
Hotel Yankee Hotel.
headed out, so
And just hold short of whiskey.
we're all along, but it was nice of him to hang around as long as he did with us here at Runway DFW. Thank you again, James. Seth Rubalcaba says the party's just getting started here. Yeah, but James got some traveling to do. Morgan Neely says American Flight 154 to London headed back to the terminal. Well, that's interesting. We do have this incoming flight from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A321, American Flight 556 now. Here is the plane in question, American Flight 154, which pushed back from Terminal D a short time ago. But now it appears to be going back to the terminal. Let's see how far it got. It got as far as the takeoff position. Oh, maybe it's going to take off over here. We get another bonus flight here. Maybe they've closed down. I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. Wood Doctor says I've found 5 Q airlines without QU. Qantas, Australia, Qatar Airlines, Qatar, Kazakh Air, Kazakhstan, Keshem Air, Iran, and Qingdao Airlines in China. Okay. Well, we only get a fraction of those in here. Well, I'm going to say it's looking like American Flight 154 to London Heathrow is going to take off over here. For some reason. They got waved away from the east side of the airport. So now we have American Flight 132 to Dublin, a 777-200. American Flight 154, another 777-200. That one is going to London Heathrow. So, and bringing up the rear will be the Qatar and the Fiji planes. There's the Dublin plane, which is still, I guess, waiting for its final instructions. Chip says my American flight to DFW gate is next to the American Airlines 777 flight to Sydney and across from the Qantas Kangaroo to Sydney. Eli Williams says, Walt, what do you listen to ATC on? I'm listening to it. on my it's a Uniden Bearcat scanner. I think I have the model in listed in the description of this broadcast. So there's the two triples. Thank you to Chris Park for being our newest subscriber.
Tower American 132, despite many heroic efforts, we've exceeded our duty time. Need to coordinate a taxi back to the gate. We don't have one yet, but they're working on it.
Okay, that's no problem. You just hang out right there and let me know, and we will get you back to the spot.
All right, sir. We'll get a gate. We'll be back in touch. Thank you.
So you heard a frustrated pilot there. I think that's going to be the. Well, I'm not sure which plane that was, but one of the planes has exceeded their taxi time. That means, is my understanding of how things work, you know, you have a certain amount of fuel to burn on the ground, which is part of your reserve for your flight. Here comes Qatar. So at least one of those American Airlines planes, I believe, is going to be having to go back to the gate to refuel or perhaps to restaff.
Ready to go.
Katie Goodling, channel member, says, "Ugh, that sucks. I feel bad for them." Oh, I picked the wrong. Oh, O'Malley said, I think they said duty time. Okay, duty time. There's Katie's comment. So that's American Flight 662. It is going to Denver, Colorado on Airbus A321. Fiji is getting close. In fact, we'll probably see it as we're following this plane into the air. On runway DFW. There it is, the Fiji. So Qatar has received clearance to take off. As we get Fiji coming into view. With the skyline of Dallas in the background and a sky train. Crossing of the tails here, Fiji and Qatar, kind of. All right. Off to Doha.
Good evening again, DA 91 Heavy Ridge. The taxi south on taxiway echo. Block. So what? American 132, cross runway 1 left at Whiskey Fox. Echo southbound, I'll give you service. Okay, clear to cross 18 left on Whiskey Fox. Left on the echo, more to come, 132 Heavy. Dallas copy, DA 91 Ridge. Roger.
So I believe it's the Dublin-bound flight, which is going back to the hangar. Not the hangar, but the terminal. Because that, as I recall, that plane was supposed to have left at 6:50 this evening. That's almost 5 hours behind schedule. So what a disappointment for its passengers and its crew.
Whiskey Kilo, hold short at 18 left, American 132 Heavy.
So yeah, the Dublin flight is scrubbed.
Tower American 3127 visual, 18 right.
3127 needs to be channel runway 18 right, put a line cross my turbo, 10 jets for parking at the airport, clear to land 18.
To land 18 right, American 3127.
Last 424. Last 424, John.
Of course, we have no reason, no understanding as to why this plane was so delayed to begin with. But
18 left on after learn critical, 18 WPG, 891. Alaska 424, 10.
Yep, just checking in with you, got the handoff for 18 right.
That's 424, crossing my turbo, 10 jets departing off the airport, clear to land runway 18 right, the wind is currently 17010, cut speed to 170.
Okay, clear on 18 right, to the
now it almost looks like it's on the path to take off, but I do believe it received instructions to make its way back to the terminal. Either that or it's the slowest takeoff I've ever seen. A sad trombone. Well, here comes Fiji. So that Dublin flight is taking the central taxiway back to its origination point. I know we're on the air longer than we normally are, so I totally understand if some of our, if not all of our mods have to bug out. I really appreciate your sticking around as long as you have. I think we're going to be not too much longer. That's the flight to Fiji. So we've got American 1542 Heathrow, which I believe
424, Alpha Hotel runway 1 left.
believe is that.
Alpha Hotel 1 left, Alaska 424.
So they sent me one at Alpha, you cross runway 1 left over the bridge, ground point 65 on top.
Chip says, knock on wood, I've only been delayed once where I missed a connection on the 100 plus international flight segments I've been on and no cancellations. Wish I had the same luck domestically. That's right, O'Malley. We're in overtime. Damian Cole says they'll most likely just delay the flight about 8 hours or so, or if they have any reserve pilots in DFW right now, or short call reserve, they could technically leave tonight, but most likely just delay it. Of course, you know, they've got to be able to have a place to go at the other end. Here's the taxi of shame for the Dublin. It's not shame, but yeah, it is kind of a sad trombone moment for that aircraft.
American 711, get the tower nav to Lauren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, Lauren 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 711.
And Flight 711 is going to Ontario, California, in Airbus A321. That's not what you're looking at there. That is the that should be the 777 going to London Heathrow. This is waiting further instructions, and it may be waiting for a slot into Heathrow. Yeah, Woot Doctor says this is the plane that went over to the east side and then came back. We thought it was going back to the terminal, but it came over here, I guess.
3127.
Because it looks like the east side is closed. I don't see any operations over there right now. Well, I see a plane coming in, but it looks like outgoing operations are not active right now on the east side of DFW Airport. Sconset College says if the flight to Dublin didn't sit there and wait for his numbers. Well, I'll have to read that later as we bring you this takeoff to Ontario, California. I think. Where'd it go? Did I miss it? I think I did. These planes go fast. And even as this plane goes up in the air, we've got American Flight 514 to San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Airbus A321 about to make its move. And yeah, it's true, this flight is scheduled to leave at 11:37. Seems late.
Outbound 124.
It's due to get into San Juan at 5:12 a.m. Time for a nap. Well, if you're a passenger. Put those eye shades on and stretch out as best as one can.
American 132 heavy and whiskey kilo. Across runway 18 left. Just give way to opposite direction heavy jet and then continue into the ramp. Have a good night. Taxi cleared to cross 18 left, Whiskey Kilo, get wide on the other side and into the ramp, 132 heavy.
Alaska 424 at Alpha Cross 18 left over the Alpha Bridge, going to go 0.65, have a good night.
You see a plane coming in on the east side as we look once again
3127 at Alpha Cross 18 left over the Alpha Bridge.
towards American Flight 154 to London Heathrow.
Alpha, drop on the other side, American 127.
About 137 or 8. American 818, DFW ground, right taxi via Whiskey Lima and cross runway 18 left, then taxi north on Echo, and I'll get right back to you. American level 7 Bravo Delta Heavy at Zulu, cross runway 18 left, hold short runway right.
And there once again is the flight to Dublin that was scrubbed, headed to Terminal D.
Local 7 Bravo Delta Heavy, continue across runway 18 right at Zulu, and taxi Charlie for Charlie 5.
There goes an American 777 headed over, it appears, to the hangar area on the west side. Well, we're kind of winding down here. Have I said that yet? I don't know if this plane's... I don't know what the situation with this plane is.
4111, you can show runway 18 right closed.
18 right closed for 111.
All right, 18 right is the nominal landing runway here on the west side, and that is now closed for inspections or whatever they gonna do. Marku Blomgren says seems like Flight 154 will go illegal soon. Well, let's see when this plane had well, this is only, well, it's about 2.5 hours behind schedule. This plane scheduled to take off at 9:30 Central Time, and again it did taxi over to the east side for takeoff and then turned around, or was redirected over here to the west side, and I don't know. Quality Mobile Video asking they canceled the flight after the delay. Don't know. O'Malley thanking, along with me, everyone for stopping by. And there's Wendy saying top of the morning. We say goodnight to Brave Kumquat. Thank you, Brave Kumquat. Rainy Taylor says much love to you guys, and I'll definitely see you all next time. This official equestrian champion of Runway DFW is signing off. Thank you, Raina.
Tower America 154 heavy, will be ready about a minute and a half.
American 154 heavy, all right.
I think I heard Flight 15.
154 heavy, and when you're ready, or whenever you're ready to move, you should continue via Whiskey Foxtrot, hold short 20 left.
Foxtrot, hold short, and if it didn't make the connection, we're going to need a release of that.
But you can plan back in.
I'm having trouble making out the transmission there. I don't know if this one's going back to the terminal or not. Who can say? Well, just a quick reminder, just before the top of the hour, or the top of... Oh, it's on the move now. Just before 11 o'clock, you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Walt here with you at the Founders Plaza. And see what the status of this plane is, and after we make that determination, we will sign off. But we will provide you with an edition of Chatstravaganza.
Tower 154 Heavy, we're ready.
Well, here we go. So our final flight tonight.
154 Heavy, DFW Tower, turn right, heading 190, climb maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear takeoff.
Looks like it's
190
going to London.
Takeoff 1 left American, now 154 Heavy.
Sounds like they need a new microphone in that cockpit. So after about a, what did we say, 2.5 hour delay, this plane's off to London. Finally. Just as we begin a new day here in North Texas, just about to turn midnight o'clock in about 30 seconds. With the sound of authority, this 777 roars into the sky almost exactly at midnight. Alright, what a night we've had here. We had an emergency landing. We had visiting us our friend and channel sponsor James Webb. But the big X is now lighting up, meaning that you must go. Talking to me. So we now will do... I need to do better with my jingles and such. I lose track. I have too many pages of music. I know. Here we go. Okay, Chatstravaganza coming up in just a few seconds. That is where we don't see the planes anymore, but you see me packing up and we play music and you chat amongst yourselves. Okay, got it? Thank you to our channel sponsor, James Webb, for hanging out with us for almost all the broadcasts tonight. I really appreciate that, James. And I know you do too, because he means a lot to this channel. Thank you to our channel moderators, our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, here with us all through the evening. I see O'Malley's hanging out with us to the bitter end. Thank you, O'Malley, and to all of our mods who popped in during the night. Anna the Dispatcher has been here. Luke, the random spotter, was here. And I know we had a couple others. Thanks to all of you. We'll be back. Let's see, what is today? I had it wrong before. It's Tuesday. Well, no, it's Wednesday now. See, now I'm all mixed up. I'm all cattywampus. So we'll be back with you maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. We'll see how it works out on Runway DFW. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. See you soon.
ready at the liner with you off.
American 1679, DFW Tower, Arnett, B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Arnett to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. American 1679, you have a real good day.
Here's another blast from the past.
Go to Park, take care, American 1679.
Well, that what is it, an Aerologic, I think? Back there, if you can see where my finger's pointing, maybe on the close-up view you can see it. No, it's not in that shot. Anyway, there's a DHL mustard and ketchup livery going to Frankfurt there. It's a 777. But no matter, we saw that one come in earlier. Listen, we're about done wrapping up things here. Thank you again for watching, for sticking around for the intriguing chatstravaganza, which wound up with no music in the middle of it, thanks to a snafu on my part. As I said earlier, we'll be back later this week, probably on Thursday, maybe Friday. Well, probably not Friday, because on Saturday we're scheduled to go to Paris, Texas once again. And yeah, I won't play that joke again, but where's our little graphic? Now I don't even see it. It's not there anymore. Okay, so I can't show that to you, but at any rate, we're going to a airplanes and coffee fly-in at the Paris, Texas airport. So if you're around on Saturday morning, I hope you'll join us for that. I just talked over a jingle. I hate to do that. Not very professional. Oh, look what came up. So appropriate. We'll be back soon. It's 12:32 a.m. I gotta get out of here. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye. on Runway DFW.
The best variety.
Travel arrangements for overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.